All right, we're ready.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll call this meeting to order on April 13, 2021, our special call meeting. And Chair recognizes Attorney Brown.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. We will request a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of personnel, litigation, and real estate.
So move.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second voting.
7:04.
Mr. Clark,
Yes, ma'am.
Franum, out. Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Franum out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we're going to transition into closed session. I believe everyone's received an agenda, and we're transitioning now.
Mr. Brown, can you hear me? Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown, can you hear me? This is Jeff. I need you to join the breakout room.
she will see, can she get you? And I'm headed to commission meeting. Okay.
Okay, are we back?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
I got you. We need a motion to end.
the closed
excuse
meeting
me.
affidavit. You need a motion to approve the closed meeting affidavit.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So moved. Second.
That's Mr. Frenham and Mr. Garrett.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
The voting, Ms. Bonner.
yes, sir. Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Frenham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners, we have two motions for the floor. The first one will be presented by not Commissioner, Clerk of Commission, Ms. Lena Bonner.
Yes. Item number one, it would be a motion to approve an annual salary of $140,000 commencing April 12th, 2021 for the current term of Chief Civil and Magistrate Judge of Richmond County for Chief Judge Coletta Sims Brown.
So moved.
Motion. Second.
Second.
Okay, that was Mr. Sias and Ms. McKnight.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Clark,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Frenham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir. Last and final motion is a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the settlement of all claims by Crawford Williams in the aggregate amount of $30,000 payable to Crawford Williams, and further authorize the administrator to disperse this amount of money, waiving Augusta, Georgia Code and ordinances, sections in conflict for this instance only and for other purposes.
So moved. Second.
Second.
That was Mr. Hassan and Mr. Sias.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Clark,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Frenham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Clark voting no.
Ms. Bonner, Mr. Brown, is there any more business?
No, sir.
I'm good, sir.
Okay, so we need to come back at 1 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right,
I'll transition everybody back to the breakout room.
all right. Thank you.
Where's the item in here that I'm here for? You know? I'm not sure off the top of my head. I'll have to look up. Okay. Give me a second. Oh, there it is. You got it?
All right. Ms. Bonner, are you in there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Ready to go? All right. Happy April 13th, everyone. I'd like to call public services to order. Ms. Bonner, we're going to delete agenda item number 3. Mayor Pro Tem has asked for that to be deleted.
Okay,
And then we'll go top to bottom. I guess we'll start with number 2. Well, yeah, we can start with number 2.
can we approve the minutes right away, or?
Sure. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes for March 9th, please?
So move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second, Ms. Bonner?
Okay,
Voting, please.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Clark,
Yes, ma'am.
and Mr. Sayers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Item
Agenda item
2,
2. Yes, ma'am.
okay, Mr. Nelson Smith regarding blight in Sand Hill. He may be in the public space.
Who was that, Ms. Bonner, that we needed?
Mr. Nelson Smith.
Is that you, Mr. Smith?
Yes, it is.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Nelson Smith. I live at 2548 Wheeler Road, apartment number 1.
Okay, you'll have 5 minutes, sir.
Well, I mean, the thing is I just got a phone call about this meeting, so I really wasn't prepared. But basically, the thing that
Sure.
bothers me is that the neighborhood that I live in, it's known as Sand Hill. It was what they call as a red line neighborhood. And because of that condition, they have a double standard with the way the city interacts with it, where the city has a lower standard for this area. I don't know why, but the redlining was because of race. So if you say that the double standard is because of redlining, then it's racially based. And the problem that I have is that there's a specific situation at 2503 Wheeler Road. And I get, if I had time or if anybody cared, I could argue that that has caused more than, probably millions of dollars worth of damage, because it's basically a single family zoned lot that at some point the house was brought to a condition that where it needed to be demolished. Whatever caused that to happen is still happening today, even though the house is gone. And apparently there's some sort of loophole where nobody knows what to do. But in the meantime, people's property values are being destroyed. And the problem is that once I got involved with code enforcement and they sort of informed me on how this process would work, when I got out into the community and started talking to people, they were shocked. They were shocked at the damage that was caused to their property values. But that's like the story of the neighborhood where, you couldn't get a mortgage. Many of the houses down there don't have mortgages. The funny thing is they probably don't have homeowners insurance, and that causes more problems. But anyway, it's just sad because it seems like it's a population that no one's really stood up for. And, I'm here because I want somebody to put the foot down, and basically whatever the rules say,
that's what they need to be doing. And that lot is, I mean, it's horrible. When you drive down there, the first thing you think of is turn the car around. I turn the car around. There's, let's get away from these people. And you start to say, why is that there? But then you go, wow, look at all the damage that, all the vacant lots and the boarded up buildings. But if you think about it for a longer period of time, each one of those situations represents a family that lost their house. And it's amazing because who would walk away? Who would walk away from their house? It's just like, I still can't get it because, I own property and I take a lot of pride in the way it looks, the way we operate. And I just can't. And so somebody said it's a Southern thing. Somebody says, it's this or that, but in the end, it has to do with racism because those people, once they realized what was going on, they don't want that vacant lot near their house. They don't want something near their house that is causing 50% or 60% a discount on the value of their properties. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say today.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Is Rob Sherman in the room? No, I don't see him. Administrator Donald, I don't know if Rob's on standby, but it's concerning to hear someone in the public say that some rules are being broken, which I find that hard to believe. And I mean, I'd like Billis to kind of look into it, but at the same respect, I'm not sure that anything's being broken, I guess.
Well, so I actually had a meeting with this gentleman where he expressed some of these concerns to me, and we have looked into it and given him some insights on it. As a matter of fact, he's also had an opportunity to, I believe, speak with Commissioner Jordan Johnson. I know when they were doing their blight tour, where of course we're looking into how to rectify some of the issues, which some of them are more perceived than actual for this property and how we can rectify it. Actually, in my meeting with this gentleman, he actually showed us some photos of him. He was able to see Commissioner Johnson and I believe his title is Deputy Tax Commissioner, Mr. Johnson, while they were actually on a tour looking at how to resolve that issue. So I would be very confident that the city is looking into that issue, and we're putting some things in place to be able to rectify it. He also mentioned code enforcement has been very involved, and they are. And so I don't want to minimize the issue, but this is, I believe, the second time that this issue has come before the commission while we've been meeting and rectifying it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson, do you have anything you would like to say?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And again, Nelson, thank you for bringing this to the commission. Just 2 weeks ago, Commissioner Scott and I were up on the Hill. We frequent Sand Hills to look at blight. And let me just say this, blight is all over this community. I don't think that we are in a place to address this situation from a position of just not caring or from a position of just turning a blind eye. We are going on blight tours almost every other week in this community. I mean, this commission has gotten so bold as to try to pass a blight ordinance. So the items that we're talking about is definitely at the forefront of these conversations. What's happening on the Hill, this specific lot, I mentioned, I spoke to this at our last commission meeting, that this lot is where former caddies of the Augusta National and the Country Club hang out at. They don't trash the lot. They don't cause many issues. And again, not to minimize the concern, because certainly blight is a concern for this neighborhood. As a matter of fact, on my way back to this meeting, I received a call from a person in Sand Hills asking about road infrastructure, piping. I mean, so folks are concerned about the neighborhood, and so are we. But what I would be interested in finding out, maybe we can get Rob Sherman on the line or anyone. I want to see the call volume. I want to see how many people are actually concerned about this one lot that Mr. Smith is referring to. If it is in fact an issue to the magnitude that we are hearing today, we should expedite some type of help for it. But since I've been in office, dating back to my time as commissioner-elect, I've only received one call about this lot, and that's been from Mr. Smith. And again, not to minimize the problem, because it definitely is something we should be paying attention to. I'm just interested in seeing what, if anything, can we do on this private property that's owned by a gentleman from Atlanta. And does this issue rectify itself once we eventually pass a Blight ordinance or once we get some type of infrastructure renewal off the ground? I would yield to anyone who could answer that, Administrator Donald, Rob Sherman. But from my perspective, I would just like to add into the record that Commissioner Scott and I have been in Sand Hills at least once or twice a week. So the issue is definitely something that we've been paying attention to.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dennis Williams, and then the Administrator.
Yes, I just wanted to say this lot up there across from the community center. I pass that lot quite often, and it's where people gather and they play cards, they have a good time, and this has been going on ever since I've been around Augusta. And they also keep the area cleaned up. They have some old lawn furniture out there, but the lot is always clean. I've never heard of any situation where the police department has been called to that area. And it's not old, but more mature people be meeting up there and talking with friends and all this kind of thing. So it's not generating a public issue or problem. It's just where people have gathered over the years and they keep the area nice and tidy. It's not a beautiful lawn area, but it's nice and clean and organized. When they leave at the end of the evening, they lift their chairs over and everything is always nice and neat. So I like to make sure that we keep that into consideration also. Thank you.
Absolutely. Administrator Donald.
You said, I'm sorry, I thought you
Administrator,
okay, me.
Did you have anything further to add?
Yeah, I just think the number of calls, I believe it was around 6 calls in the last year. Actually, many of them were Mr. Smith, but there was one that was related to an incident. I don't remember how long ago it was. I have not seen the update, and I haven't requested one prior to this meeting, but I will, and I'll make sure to get that to Commissioner Johnson's office. I will say though, the issues we do believe will be rectified with the blight ordinance, with the commission just last week took some action on, partly in response to Mr. Smith bringing some of these things to our attention. So definitely want to thank him for continuing to bring this item to the forefront, but also assure him that the commission has started to take action. And so while issues won't be resolved in a day, in a matter of days, they will be.
Great words. Thank you. Commissioner Clark, wrap this up.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Smith called me about this lot as well, and people that know me know that I'll go anywhere at any time to look at anything and talk to anybody. So I went and visited this lot. I went back and visited the lot a second time and a third time. It is very interesting to pull up a chair and sit and talk with these people that gather at that lot. These are wonderful people. They have stories to tell. They have history of Augusta to tell. And I enjoy visiting when I go to that lot. Very interesting people. I have not seen anything myself that would cause a problem for any neighborhood. Does the lot look bad? Yes, it does. I would like for something to be done with the lot. But to in any way say anything negative about the people that visit that lot, I can't go along with, because they're some wonderful people that you should walk over, grab a glass of iced tea and talk with them. Thank you.
Hey, Commissioner McKnight, do you have your hand up?
I've ridden by there several times as well, and I've talked to Mr. Smith, I think several months back when he reached out to me, but I haven't assessed and been by there, waved my hand, and people wave back to me, and it doesn't look like they're doing anything that none of us would be doing. I mean, they're having a good time. They're not out there do anything wrong, let them have it.
All right. Mr. Nelson, thank you for coming before us. As you can hear, we've got some new things in place that I think will help rectify the situation as much as we can. Can I get a motion to receive his information?
So moved.
Motion to receive his information.
Can I get a second? Got a motion and a second. Ms. Bonner, if we can vote on that one. Ms. Bonner?
Ms. Bonner?
She left.
Chairman, if there's no objection, you
Yeah,
can,
I'm sorry,
you
was
can
that-
rule that by.
Yeah,
Yeah, can
I
I
was
get a vote, received his information, Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Johnson seconded. We can go ahead and vote on that.
okay. Mr. Clark,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sires.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's unanimous.
Thank you. And again, thank you, Mr. Nelson Smith, for coming before us. Agenda item number 4, please.
Item number 4, discuss public art purchases by the city of Augusta.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. Y'all should have received a letter that the Administrator Donald put together, and I'm gonna kind of turn it over to him for a second on kind of his findings, but I'll kind of start it with just saying, I think what we've seen in Augusta over the last year has been transformative in the art community, whether it was the sculptures, whether it was the James Brown mural, or whether it was the buildings downtown that have become places of synergy where people want to go and see this artwork. So I'm fully supportive of this, but I'd love the Administrator Donald kind of walk us through what the notes were that he sent everybody.
Yes, sir. So first, just want to give great kudos to Director McDowell as well as the Arts Council. I think they did a great job of just kind of working together and bringing back a recommendation for which I fully support and have submitted to the committee for your review. The first piece is simply we have about $100,000 allocated in the current budget for 2020 capital outlay specific for this purchase. So within this year, you would purchase, I believe it's 3 sculptures, and what the recommendation is to do that every 2 years. And so the next time that we would need to fund this would be in 2023, and it would allow you to again acquire 3 sculptures to continue to support the trail. You would do so again in 2025, and then you would reevaluate it in 2027. It takes no action of the commission today. It's just a planned activity to ensure that we continue to fund the arts. And so you would start it with the current allocation, which has already been approved and within budget. I would recommend, just stating that that is the intent, but you cannot actually formally, based on Georgia law, you cannot encumber these type of things. Every year's budget is a new budget, basically. And so you have the funding for this budget, and then you would add those funds into the 2023 capital budget and so on and so forth. But it does make a big statement for the commission to, on record, make a statement that that is a part of your intent. And then for future budget cycles, staff has already received that instruction on through 2025.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, comments? Commissioner Hassan?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, I do see the information that the administrator has provided in there as backup material for what he just said. My concern is who makes a decision about what artists purchase.
Well, and so I don't think we've made that decision yet. The process that has been discussed would be that the Arts Commission would make a recommendation of those available pieces of art, and then you would make that purchase. But I mean, the commission may want to do it differently. I'd imagine that they're going to be working to sell multiple pieces throughout the art sculpture installation. And so either those that we select on the front end or that remain, the city would bring on.
Do we have some standing sculptures that currently that we would be interested in taking a look at to try to see? Because, and I'll be frank, which is to my, I'll take full responsibility. I have not looked at the sculpture trail.
Okay.
I can give you the diagram of what that looks like, if I can see what art is available.
Yeah, so we would be looking, and under my, what I'm thinking is what I think I'm understanding is that we would basically buy 3 of the pieces of the 10 pieces that are already up,
That's right.
whether in the common area or on Broad Street. There's a virtual tour where you can see all these sculptures virtually too. But it's a very cool experience to walk through downtown and go to each one of these 10 sculptures that I would highly recommend doing. They're pretty awesome sculptures for sure.
Well, can somebody send me that so I know where they are? 'Cause I like to take a look at them.
Yeah.
Because the
Yes,
reason I'm
sir.
saying, we had some challenges about the ones that were supposed to be put at our exit points, and which was $1 million was allocated for that through the previous SPLOST 7. And I'm not sure, we may have one up at best, you know, which leaves us in the neighborhood about over $700,000 toward that. Now, for me, if you want to consider this, I'd like to see us scrap those other 3 with that, because it still is in the art world, and use that money to allocate every other year as the administrator is recommending, because we can't seem to get our mind wrapped around what we want to do with those other 3 exit points for art that the community has looked at and thus far has refused it. And maybe because we're not art connoisseurs around here, maybe that may be the problem. And but I would like to see us use that money at best as a sort of create another $100,000 every other year, when we got $700,000 from $1 million that was allocated by SPLOST 7, and we haven't found a way to utilize that money as of right now. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All right. And just to speak to that, I think that this one just became so fast. I do think that the gateway sculptures are coming pretty quickly right behind this, based on the conversations I've had. So you'll be seeing that pretty quickly as well. Any other discussions, comments?
Chairman Franum.
Yes, sir, Mayor.
Thank you so much. I want to echo what you just shared to the entire commission. The sculpture trail is not only fascinating, but this is a real display of what can happen in a city like Augusta. That's happening in cities all across America. I encourage every member of the commission to avail themselves of some fresh air and taking a nice leisurely stroll around the city, in particular downtown, that could do that. I know in the commissioner from the 6th, he's still going through his rehabilitation, so he may not be able to do that. The virtual version may be best suited for him. But I think it is extremely important. I want to encourage us to maybe pump the brakes just a little bit around the gateway sculptures. That is a separate process, but if this is any indication of how success looks and what it can be with the sculpture trail, we can take those same experiences and translate them into the approach that we've taken with the gateway sculptures 3. And I think the commissioner from the 6th is accurate, that those lessons learned and the creative content and also support from the broader community lend themselves to maybe taking this approach and saying, this is how we're going to move forward with that. And as you lead that, Chairman Franum, I think we can get to a very, very good place in our city and mobilize quickly, hopefully even in advance of April 2022.
Yes, sir. Totally agree. Administrator Donner, we don't need to take action today, just as receive his information.
Yes, sir. This was a request of the commission that simply bringing it back to notify you. Remember, we weren't doing committee meetings at that time, so I'm not even sure it needs to go back to the full commission because it was a committee inquiry.
Thank you, sir. Can I get a motion to receive his information?
Excuse me on that one. I'm not sure we still want to have to approve it, because I think you brought about a process. So what we're doing now is approving the process. So I think we may have to do that, Mr. Administrator. Still approve it at the commission level.
Got it.
Okay.
Can I get a motion to approve then?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Ms. Bonner, can we please vote?
Yes, sir. Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Clark,
Yes, ma'am.
and Mr. Science.
Ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
Agenda item number 5, please.
Item number 5 is to approve the expenditure of $29,000 for the cost of asbestos removal prior to the demolition of the existing maintenance building on the airport property.
Chairman,
Yes, sir. Commissioner Sias.
move to approve.
Got a,
Second.
got a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions about this agenda item? All right,
I do have a
I'm sorry.
concern. I do have a concern about it. But I'll keep it to myself at this time. Go ahead.
Okay, anyone else? All right, Ms. Bonner, if we could please vote.
Okay, Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Clark,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Science.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
That concludes public services. Thank you, committee members.
You ready, Ms. Bonner? Let me know.
I am, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Calling administrative services to order. Are there any additions or deletions?
We have one addition request from the administrator, and that is to approve new title change for IT executive staff from director and deputy director to chief information officer and deputy chief information officer.
Okay, I'm gonna create a consent. Well, do I need to vote to add that to the agenda, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, so you need, yeah, make sure we
Can
don't,
I'm sorry.
well, as for,
Can I get consensus?
without, yeah, without
object-
objection, that it be added without objection.
Can be added without objections, anyone? Everyone? Okay, good.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna create here, if you don't, to my mind, to my membership on the committee, a consent agenda, the consent item that we just added to the agenda about the title changes. Agenda item number 1, agenda item number 2, agenda item number 5, agenda item number 6, agenda item number 7, agenda item number 8, agenda item number 9. I'm sorry, number 11. I'm sorry, number 11.
Number 11, okay. that's-
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
can we consent number 4?
Yes, ma'am. Number 4?
Yes.
Okay. Number 4, Ms. Bonner. Anything else to add or delete?
You've gotten your update, Ms. Scott? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
You've received it, okay.
Motion to approve as stated by the chairman.
Second.
Voting, Ms. Bonner.
Mr. Sun,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
and Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
Ms. Bonner, item number 3.
Item number 3 is a request from Mr. Brian Green to appear to address homelessness impact on sanitation and safety.
Is he here, Ms. Bonner, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir. Well, he should be in the public space. Ms. McFarley? Oh, there he is. Okay. Yeah, there's Mr. Green.
He's here?
Yes, sir. He's at the podium.
Okay, I see him. Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Green, how you doing today, sir?
Good.
Yes, can you give us your name and your address, please?
Again, I'm sorry.
Your name and your address.
Oh, Brian Green, 1002 Green Street, Augusta 30901.
Okay, all right, so go ahead, sir.
Thanks for having me. I just want to speak today on this subject about homelessness. This is nothing new here, in our city. Quite frankly, up until this point here, our talk has been cheap about the homeless situation. Homeless families, of course, there's homeless students, and it's just such a wide range situation, circumstance. But up until now, our talk has absolutely been cheap. I know that they're new elected commissioners, so I understand and respectfully, they have not been here on board, but this subject has been brought up before. And the lack of, to me, action over the years is just, it's beginning to show. What's some of the impacts that I've noticed? More aggressive panhandling, for one thing. Sanitation situations at the bus stop. We do have people now sleeping at the bus stops. The Riceville Road as you approach McDonald's at the upper end of the mall. Right over here in the middle of the day, if you go for lunch, you can see people sleeping right there on the bench. You don't know if they're passed out or sick or whatever the case is. There's a little cluster of bus stops right in there by the car wash and all that on Walton Way. It's a problem. South Augusta, you may go into the, I won't mention the store's name because it's one of my favorite stores to go to. They sell home appliances, but sometimes you may go up in there and there's a person sleeping on a bench. And I say to myself, how come when I go to another Zach store, franchise store on another part of town, there's nobody passed out sleeping on the bench? It is a problem. We cannot turn our backs to this. I heard somebody mention an art trail. Imagine a beautiful art trail in Augusta, beautiful, laid out, just superb. And imagine a person distraught standing right by one of those statues begging for money. It's a problem. And like I said, up until now, talk is cheap. I did have a conversation with the gentleman from the public transit. He did mention, because I reported there's some odor, I walked past a few of them and detected the odor, urinary odor. He did mention that there's somebody assigned to go out and spray them down and stuff like that. I commended him on following up. I might say Augusta Cares is, to me, the top, organization in this government as far as how they can help facilitate things, concerns, and complaints to the proper channel. The end goal on homelessness should be to get these folks off the street. I believe there are different types. I believe there are homeless people who are homeless, just don't have an address. They may be in a hotel, they may be in a car sometime, whatever the case, but they may be functional, sending their children to school and that sort of thing, right? Then I think there are other homeless folks that kind of commit to that lifestyle, or comfortable to it and with it, and having no accountability and let me just, see how much I can hustle today. I have no accountability. So this problem is going to get worse. And I know there's some big things being planned here and another entertainment center being planned. All that's fine and well, but guess what? It's going to be right in the midst of a growing problem. And I've said to this commission before, I mentioned our friends on the West Coast who got such a problem with that, till you have a major emergency situation in the city of San Francisco from sanitation needles. I said that here. Our talk is cheap, and I want to see more action. The other thing is this, as far as those folks may have issues like medical, drugs and that sort of thing. And I said this in front of the commission. We got to stop concentrating these folks, and one of the people on your task force, one of the organizations oversees these mental disabled. I came before this commission. You got to stop concentrating. It is not fair to people who work for a living, get up, try to be respectful and responsible, to have to deal with somebody who's 60 days removed from the streets, begging, got a drug problem, and somebody says, oh, they're vetted to live on their own. No, that's not the case. Nobody wants to live next to that. And somehow I think we
got 1 minute, Mr. Green. 1 more minute.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. I believe that we're kind of contributing to that. We've got more food banks, churches, and that is great. One homeless person is a bad thing. But folks, it seems like we're drawing homelessness to this city. And my time is not the same as yours. What's yours now, Commissioner? Time, please.
Sir, 30 seconds, wind it up.
Yeah, and thank you. I'm even told that when they came up with the hurricane and from Savannah at one time, I was told that some people stayed behind because of all our resources here. Are we kind of drawing this problem here and not addressing it appropriately? I thank you.
Well, thank you very much for being concerned about that. I think many of us are concerned about it. I think as you may have mentioned, or you may know or may not be aware of, we have set up to your point that we've talked about this historically, but done very little about it. But currently what we've done as a commission body, we've authorized a homeless committee, which is chaired and co-chaired by Commissioner Dennis Sweet and Commissioner Jordan Johnson. And so they will be moving very rapidly on that problem or that concern with a lot of the other agencies who's concerned about homelessness as well. So in the very near future, you will see some impact in addressing some of those issues. And I think as a body and as a community, we all are concerned about it. So you will see some actions in that direction. So thank you very much for your concern, Mr. Green.
May I ask you one question, sir?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
And thank you for your time.
Yes, sir.
That, are y'all aware of that, mainly the high visibility places, Winter Spring Road exit, Rice Road exits, they're getting very aggressive at those. Trash is being accumulated. They're getting very aggressive. Some of y'all may see this on the way home, whatever. I just want to make sure to.
Yes, sir, we're aware of it. We get calls about it. So thank you very much for your time. Any questions or concerns of my colleagues? Thank you very much, Mr. Green. And Ms. Bond, we'd like to take that as information if there's no objections.
Okay.
Where are we at, number 10, Ms. Bonner?
I believe we are.
Okay.
Item number, no, we didn't do 9.
We didn't do 9, I'm sorry, okay, I'm sorry, number 9.
Okay. Item 9 is to accept as information the investment grade audit report and proceed with phase 2 of the process for performance contract with Train.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Administrator, I have some questions about this myself. I don't know how I omitted that. Can you answer between yourself and Ms. Dowd?
I mean, I can answer many of them, but we also have Director Dowse available, so we can let her in. I believe Mr. Lewis from IT can let her in now, and whoever you direct the questions to, we'll make sure to get them answered.
Okay, okay.
And Ms. Dowse is in. She's unmuting as we speak.
Thank you, sir. So either one of you all can answer this question. How you doing, Ms. Dowse?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Just trying to figure out on the first leg of this, the phase 1, other than do some sort of an inventory, was any repairs or anything, any upgrades made in that regard, or just nothing but done an assessment of what it should look like?
No, sir. The only thing, and good afternoon, commissioners. The only thing that was done in phase 1 was an investment grade audit, which surveyed 89 of our facilities, which totaled more than 1.3 million square feet. I have a presentation prepared if you're interested in hearing from it. And I also have members of Train at our local facility here in Augusta that are also available to answer any questions in the waiting room if needed.
Okay, so in that being said, let's just talk about phase 1 once again. If my colleague got some questions, I get to that. I want to follow up here. In phase 1, to take home what they're asking us, what does the cost look like? What they're recommending?
In phase 1, there's a total of $25 million, and that's estimated, $25 million in projects to be funded with a $4.5 million capital contribution, which is expected or estimated to be funded through SPLOST 8 over an 18-year term. And please keep in mind that these are dollars that we would not have been able to fund in any other way or mechanism. And the repayment source from this will be generated by an estimated of 40% of savings that Augusta will be able to reap the benefits of almost immediately, from upgraded lighting to upgraded chiller plants and other HVC accommodations.
Final question from me, and I'm open up. I see another of my colleagues want to ask a question. And I also asked the committee, they want to see the presentation, I just ask questions. I'll let them make that decision. How does this compare, or is this one and the same, versus making these upgrades and considering solar?
So a solar photovoltaic system is proposed in this project, specifically at the municipal building, by way of a canopy style process, which you may have been accustomed to seeing these in some of our larger cities throughout the United States. But solar would definitely have an aging benefit on Augusta's energy consumption.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Chairman. I got my question answered. Thank you.
Okay. So to the committee, to my colleague, would you want to see the presentation or what have you? How long is your presentation, Ms. Downs?
Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Hassan, may I?
Yes, go ahead, please.
One, yes, I would like to see the presentation, but two, I want to applaud Ms. Dowse and her team for taking this great step forward around sustainability in our city. It's been a long time discussion, and for those newest members of our commission, I want to remind you that back in 2016, 2017, this commission had the foresight to engage in the solar process. At the time, we had the largest municipal solar project in the state of Georgia. And so as we continue to make inroads into that effort around resiliency and sustainability, I think this is another great step forward. The municipal building, without question, is a prime candidate for us to be able to do that type of work. And so, Chairman Hassan, I think, again, as you lead this process and conversation to get us to the full commission meeting, it'd definitely be prudent to at least hear the presentation, but do know that this is another big step for the city of Augusta.
Ms. Dowse, how long is your presentation?
I would estimate about 3 minutes.
Okay, go ahead. That's just a statement, but go ahead. I thought you had one of my Hawthorne presentation.
No, sir. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
So as we've already discussed, phase 1 was approved on May 7th of 2019, which allowed Augusta to have trained intimately involved throughout our facilities to, excuse me, I turned the page too soon, intimately involved throughout our facilities to assess and evaluate 89 facilities, which total a little more than 1 million square feet. This includes buildings as old as the old government house, which was built in 1801 and spread throughout 8 districts. One of the goals of this project was to utilize a budget neutral approach to make a holistic building improvements that will reduce energy and water use while increasing operational efficiency. Trane was able to identify and recommend energy savings conservation measures, which included our fire stations, police stations, recreation centers, libraries, administrative office buildings, but does not include Augusta Utility Department facilities or the Augusta Airport. The Augusta findings were not odd at all. It told us things that we unfortunately already knew, such as the fact that many of our mechanical systems are past their useful life, such as our chillers and boilers that we continue to have to replace, we continue to have to repair on a much needed basis, as well as our air handler units. Much of our HVAC control systems are out of date and the infrastructure is in immediate need of replacement. Between the time period of October 2018 to 2019, we spent over $2 million, excluding our roadway lighting, roadway irrigation, parking deck consumption, and the like. However, we can benefit from, through this performance contract, reduce maintenance costs if the recommended measures are implemented, such as updating and installing efficient equipment throughout our facilities. Some of the proposed scope for just the Judicial Center, which is definitely one of our high occupancy facilities, includes updated LED lighting retrofitting, a new air-cooled chiller to serve weekend and off-hour cooling load, which currently this facility operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, regardless of occupancy. With improved HVAC controlling, we will be able to determine when the system needs to run, which will definitely give us an optimized system for cooling. This will also include recommissioning of our automation system and, of course, the world-renowned train service locally, as well as training. The municipal building also will include LED lighting retrofit, as well as a chiller plant renovation, including 2 new chillers, pumps, and variable frequency drives. I would like for you to note that the municipal building chiller was not replaced during the recent building renovation in 2014 and 15 and is now in need of replacement, with most recently this week us needing to do some repair work to the boiler system. We talked about innovation briefly. However, these are two of the canopy style solar power lighting systems, one in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and the other, as you could see here, which provides solar benefits without the loss of space or security, which I'm sure the marshal's office and the police department will be pleased to hear. It also, as you can see, will provide some much covered parking for those that will be utilizing the space. And this again is a step in the right direction for efficiency and innovation. The Charles B. Webster Detention Center will also reap the benefits of an LED lighting retrofit, as well as a chiller plant renovation, the same recommissioning. But I would like to point out the state-of-the-art water efficiency measures, including the ability for management to control water usage within this facility. By engaging in a performance contract with Trane, we will be able to reap the benefits of energy savings that will be guaranteed, as well as avoid maintenance costs, which we will have to pay for regardless, such as a direct cost or a capital cost, all while reducing our utility costs by approximately 40%. Not only to mention the improved energy performance, which any of our facility occupants will be pleased to hear. All costs associated with this approximate $25 million project are projected to be offset by the financial benefits and savings generated by the combination of guaranteed energy and operational savings forecasted over an 18-year term. This combined with a SPLOST 8 funded $4.5 million capital contribution. That's the conclusion of my report.
Okay, are there any questions for Ms. Dowd?
Ms.
Chairman,
Dowd, can we get you to
Chairman
speak
Song.
to us?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir, go ahead, Mr. Mayor, and I'll come to you next. Mr.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Again, Ms. Dow's incredible presentation. I look forward to the commission's support for this, but this is wonderful for our city, once again, around sustainability and our ability to take innovation in terms of how we power and or utilize our buildings, not just from a electricity standpoint, but what you added around water usage. You know, I'm oftentimes reminded of what Tom Wiedemeyer would say, and that is water is life. And so to be able to champion that at the Webster facility and use that is just incredible. So kudos once again, you and your team and the city of Augusta for your leadership on this.
Thank you.
Mr. Garrett?
Thank you, Chairman. This question is actually from Ms. Dowse. I was paying attention to your presentation, and one of the things that I noticed was about reducing the lighting in some of our parks during non-operating hours. Why isn't that something that we could go ahead and implement now and start recognizing some of those savings?
Unfortunately, the way the system was designed, it's pretty much an all or nothing. And there's a couple of offices, one in particular in the Judicial Center, that requires the ability for staff to be able to access the site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. However, with this proposed system, it will allow us to set those hours and also flex those hours based upon need. So back to your question as to why can't we do this today, the system was not configured in that manner.
Yeah, but in regards to the buildings, I understand that part, but you know, what about, you know, the parks that have parking lots lit all night, or, you know, there's even some places where there's basketball or baseball fields that are lit up. I mean, why isn't that something that we could go ahead and look at, you know, just to try to recognize some savings there?
Oh, my apologies. I did not mention the parks in my presentation. I mentioned the facility. So I thought that that's what you meant, but you meant what you said. So again, my apologies, but that is something that I'll definitely speak with Mr. McDowell on concerning the hours of those parks and the lightings associated with that.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Sias?
Thank you. A couple of points, but I want to just touch before I get to those, some quick, real quick on what my colleague from the A said. In many of the parking lot instances, it's a matter of physical security. So I just want to remind of that, in some of these places, if you cut them off, it makes it dangerous as far as parking lot lighting go. But one of my questions here to Ms. Dawes is, you mentioned that this is an 18-year program and we have a guarantee. What is in the agreement that covers when that guarantee is not achieved, that saving? What is the kickback? What is this city's position to recoup anything if that guarantee is not achieved?
So we have not discussed what the final contract will look like. Keep in mind, your approvals today is giving Central Services the approval to move forward with the next phase, which will include searching for financing options, as well as presenting a contract that will both be pleasing to Augusta as well as Train. So you will be able to see the final contract, of course, before it's approved upon. And that, in that case, Commissioner, will have those details surrounding what happens in the event that Augusta does not reap the savings that Train has predicted. I will say, however, in discussions with Train, they have given an example in the past of when they have made a city or a municipality whole in that particular case.
I think those details will be extremely important. The second question is, again, this being an 18-year program, and you made several mentions of Splash 8. Splash 8 at least contains one facility, our correctional facility that's supposed to be built. And with that thought in mind, and any other facilities that might be constructed, is there a provision in this thing to either include or disinclude them from this particular loan venture program?
Yes, sir. Those facilities, such as RCCI, as well as the Brigham Community Center, were not included in the 89 that were presented in the presentation or in the investment grade audit. Those facilities have already been excluded.
And I kind of understand that. My question is there a process or something to say we want to include those in that once they are constructed, or is there anything in there to include any new facility that was not created at the original beginning, but within a reasonable time of the beginning? Is there a consideration or some kind of clause that will address that in this proposal?
I am not certain to that. We can either bring Train in to answer that question directly, or I can obtain that information and provide it back to the body as soon as possible.
Whatever the chairman decides on that, I just want to know the answer to those questions.
Well, I don't see anybody else. I want to say something to that. Go ahead, Mr. Administrator.
Yeah, I think, when we think about the correctional facility and some of those others, Director Dow, since those would be replacement facilities, would those not be included?
They have not been included in the existing 89, which is what the contract would be based upon.
So the old facility was not included in the 89. So the new one, okay, got it. That's where my confusion was.
Well, let me ask you, it's pretty much the same question. If we're going to build RCCI, we're going to build Henry Brigham, we're going to do a Dice Park, would not they meet the standards of what we're talking about from Train? Why not those standards not included as now the managerial side of it, long-term management, but in terms of the standards, why not we are not allowing those facilities to be built in these very same standards when it comes to economic ability?
Well, having them built along the same standards from an energy efficiency standpoint, that's already in the plan for these new facilities, such as Henry Brigham. When staff meets with the contractors, we have been meeting alongside them to make sure that they are employing energy efficient methodologies in each one of these facilities. But keep in mind, including them in the performance contract is financing upgrades to facilities that we already have. So because we would be constructing a new facility, there's no need to finance any upgrades. But
Yeah,
again, Commissioner, I have trained in the waiting room. If you would allow them to come in, they could give you those technical and answer those technical questions surrounding the inclusion of additional facilities and so on and so forth.
Well, mine's not so much the inclusion of it as much as I think you answered the point for me is that the standards that you're going to build these facilities is going to already meet those criteria. Now, from a warranty perspective and stuff, I thought that would be coming naturally with what if they're going to have the energy efficiency. I think that should be there. So, I mean, that's what I would think. Now, if you need training to come in and try to get some clarity around that, I'm open to that.
Now,
If they're part of the process. Now, I'm not sure are they part of the process? Patricia, what we're looking at with Henry Brigham, and we haven't gotten the RCCI yet. Henry Brigham is on the table.
Well, they, meaning Train, are not part of the process. However, the energy efficiency methods are included in the specifications for the project. Keep in mind, we're still in the planning phases, particularly for Henry Brigham, which will include some of those upgraded efficiency measures. And just by sheer nature of new and improved equipment, chillers today are definitely more efficient than chillers 20 years ago were built.
Okay. Okay. Well, I didn't want us to have to take and build a building and take a brand new chill out to come to get on this program. I want it to be a seamless transition. Other words, from a maintenance perspective, that may be all we need. Are there any other questions or concerns before we move on? Or we take this information?
Commissioner, I still want my questions answered though. Don't have to be today, but I still want to answer.
You want to bring Train in and get that out of the way because don't hold up at the commission meeting? You want to do that now?
Whatever you decide.
We can bring Train in now, Ms. Dallas, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Ms. Dallas, I'm looking for him. I don't see, I see Tim Williams. Is that him?
Yes, you could bring in Tim Williams. Thank you.
He's coming in.
Commissioner Sias, if you don't mind, once they come in, will you restate your question, please?
Sure. You taking the chairman job, Ms. Dow?
Oh, my apologies, Commissioner. Not at all. I have enough. My apologies.
But those are my sentiments exactly, Dow. Those are my sentiments exactly.
Bring in Tim Williams. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Williams, Tim, if you could turn off YouTube for us.
They come in, will you restate your question, please?
Is he here? Oh, no, I see him. Okay, coming on board. Mr. Williams, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine, Mr. Hassan. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Got a couple of my colleagues got some questions for you. And let Commissioner Sias start with Commissioner Sias.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Williams. My question here is reference the process that we're doing with Train, and Ms. Dawes has given us a good piece of information about it. My question is this: is my understanding that this process requires some upgrades and things, but it also is a standard energy saving type operation guideline and so forth. So one of my questions is what happens when we build a new facility? We're talking about an 18-year deal here, performance and all that. Is there room within this process that if we build a new building that meet these things, can it be included in this particular process or this particular thing with Train? We talking about an 18-year process. So we build a new building in 3 to 4 years from now. Can that be included? Is there a provision for that?
The provisional standpoint in that when you're constructing a new facility is typically what we do as a company in our engineering group is we'll get with your selected engineering firm and our team that you have selected to design the facilities, work with them from the ground up in the design phase to ensure that the design implementation, energy efficiency, type of component selections, all the way down to the building envelope is holistically looked at so it maintains the same procedures that you've absorbed in these retrofit buildings. So we could partner with Augusta Richmond County, and certainly I've done a lot of that in the past with some of our local consultants as well as out-of-town consultants, and work with them to ensure that what's being implemented takes advantage of some of the things we have found and or implement across buildings that we do, not only in Richmond County, but across the country.
And would then that qualify that building to be a part of the existing program where we get the guaranteed savings and all that?
That would be completely separate because of they would have to be re-audited at that point because it's a new facility. The program is set up with the state entity and with the utility companies that is pretty much built around retrofit and bringing something up to the latest and greatest energy standards. So your hopes are in facility reviews based around budgets when you're doing a new facility, that the items that you inherit in a building over a lifespan are not VE'd out and that are taken in consideration. Over my career and the time I've seen things where they spend more money on bushes than they do with something you're going to be stuck with for 18 years, like a chiller or an air handler or a lighting system that's not quite as efficient, and they'd rather spend more money making the building look pretty. So those are the kind of things that we need to really drive home as a team on construction projects. It's very important to the community and very important to the lifespan of these buildings and your internal team's cost. It costs building, funds to maintain these systems, and that they're easy to use, they're energy efficient, and they last a long time.
Okay, last question. What is the process when that guarantee of savings is not met? What is that process?
The process is a contractual document. So the guaranteed energy savings is, in a nutshell, is these buildings will be audited not only by us on a continually energy basis, but also the energy savings that are brought forward through the implementation of these projects, such as your, let's take lighting, for instance, and some of these HVAC upgrades. So to get that kilowatt hour monitoring is done through electrical metering, and we are guaranteed the kWh savings, the energy savings. And if we do not achieve those energy savings and guidelines, put quite simply in our guarantee is that in other municipalities, we work diligently to do that, because if we don't, then Train writes a check. And then if I have to go to my boss and say, I've got to write Richmond County a check because I didn't meet the kilowatt hours and energy that I promised to be saved in your facilities, then that's not a very good conversation with me and my boss across the 28 years of me doing this. But does that answer your question? I mean, we make it.
Yes, it does. I would, say unfortunate about your career, but as long as the check is good. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, you're very welcome. That's important to have a good check, no doubt about it.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Williams. Can I get a motion to approve? Motion to accept the information and be allowed to continue. Got a motion in a second?
That was Ms. Scott, I believe, and I didn't make that.
Second, Mr. Franham.
Franham, okay,
Voting, Ms. Bonner.
okay. Mr. Hassan,
Yes.
Ms. Scott,
Yes.
Mr. Franham,
Yes, ma'am.
and Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that motion carries unanimously to accept this information. Ms. Dowse, can we get you to send that presentation over to us?
Yes, I will send the presentation. Commissioner, may I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, please.
Was the motion to accept this information?
You have the motion to accept this information.
That was your caption.
But so we're doing all of it and to approve moving forward with phase 2?
And yes, all that's part of it.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Ms. Bond, let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready, sir.
Item 10.
Item 10, discuss and approve allocated funding for travel of commissioners in 2021 via recommendation of the administrator on timeline for safe travel.
Commissioner Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to bring this one up just because I know that we obviously haven't been able to travel for over a year. And it is my recollection that this body, the last time, I want to say it was in 2018, 2019, I can't remember. But we basically split, I want to say 32,000, Ms. Bonner, and you correct me if I'm wrong when I get done with my statement. But basically we had 32,000 and divided that amongst the commissioners by 10. I think travel is important, and I think we just need to have that conversation to kind of where we are, and then I'm gonna kind of turn over to ask Ms. Bonner, kind of, is that correct? And
Ms. Bonner, go ahead, please.
No, sir. At that time, it was 29,000, and it was divided by 10. And then later, the commission directed the former administrator, Ms. Jackson, to go back and do some analysis on the travel costs for the commission members to attend the 2 state conferences and a national conference, and that she was going to allocate funding for that. So right now where we stand, I think the information I sent out maybe 2-3 weeks ago to you all, giving you estimated costs to attend those conferences with an allocation of an estimated amount of $4,200 each.
And those conferences were the one national and
two state, the ACCG, GMA, and one of the national conferences, NACO or NLC.
Okay. And have any of the conferences been determined where they're going to be in person yet?
They're doing them dual. The National League of Cities has scheduled theirs out in November, and it's going to be in Utah, but they're going to be doing both in person and virtual.
Okay.
So,
well, I just think it's important. We didn't get to do it last year, and there was, a lot of money unused last year for travel. And then, $4,200. I mean, I don't know if that's enough. I think now we have a more vibrant commission that probably even travels more than the previous commission. Just when you think of all 10 versus there were 7 or 8 maybe in the past. And I just think it's important that as a government that we are out, representing our city as well as learning best practices across this country. And I just hope that when we're able to travel, that we look at it from the standpoint of, what good it does for the city for us to be traveling. And is $4,200 enough money for, I don't know. And maybe we bring it back as needed funding, but at the same respect, I think it's just important that as a body, we have the opportunity to go and travel and represent our city. And the second part of my statement was just, I want to turn it over to the administrator kind of on safe travel. I mean, I've heard July is kind of the first month that kind of people across the country are looking, but I'd love to defer to you and kind of hear kind of what you're hearing from that standpoint.
Yeah, similarly. So I think in the funding piece, I had an opportunity to check with the finance director, Ms. Williams, to look at the available funding. I believe this year, what was allocated to the commission was around $60,000, but then everyone took a 25% cut to the budget. And so that leaves that budget untouched currently at about $45,000, which is about $4,500 per commissioner. I will take the liberty to say that this is the first organization that I've been with where there aren't those laid out individual budgets. And so I would, it will be in the administrator's budget that I'll be recommending kind of aligning certain costs to the commission to be able to operate a little easier in that area. So the 45,000 is there now, and I think we should look at it on an as needed basis after, if the commission approves that method. And then secondly, I think that, we'll be hosting GCCMA, which is the first statewide conference that is being held in person at the end of May. And so, and I know you're going to hear from Dr. Goggins soon, but he actually gave an update to our directors in our biweekly meeting. And so for vaccinated people, he recommends that, you be a little bit more flexible with travel for those who've been vaccinated, as long as they adhere to the guidelines. And participate accordingly. And then for those who are unvaccinated, you don't necessarily restrict travel, but you make sure that folks are abiding by all of the guidelines for safety now. And with those parameters in place, the proposed June timeline would be quote unquote as safe as any. And so if the commission is looking at a June or July timeframe to begin travel, that's also at the same time you'll be returning to a staggered commission schedule. So I think those things, align appropriately, and then the budget would align with that as well. So I don't think you'll have a conference to go to until July, though. I don't think many of them are fully in person until around July, but I would likely say you're safe to remove that restriction and have the appropriate funding beginning in June.
Let me say something, Mr. Administrator, in this, if I'm misunderstood you, please let me know. You said this particular time, there's about $45,000 there for travel for the commissioners. You said, and this is the part I say for open to my interpretation, and that was, is there as needed. As needed for me means, my interpretation, that means if I decide to go to everything, other commissioners don't, whereas normally $45,000 a week, I could end up spending $6,500. And so my suggestion on that is that we stick with the $4,500 at this particular time, and then for commissioners the beginning next year, because you're obviously, and you're going to create everybody's independent budget. And that way we won't overindulge ourselves in certain persons, because that's how we got to that space that you have certain individuals that's going to everything and was consuming all of the money. That's what we begin to self-allocate like that. So my point, if it's $45,000 at this point, then that becomes $4,500 for each one of us. And if I choose to, borrow some money from Ms. Scott because I've used my $4,500 and she decided to allow me to do that, then that becomes another issue. But at this particular time, if it's $45,000, everybody has $4,500.
So I don't disagree with that at all. That's exactly what I'm saying. But
Okay.
I would also say that there may be things that come up that require a contingency to travel and represent. Let's say if there's an issue down at the Capitol in Atlanta, or if there's some other, award ceremony, who knows what it is, then those special circumstances would be funded as needed, but the $45,000 would be split amongst each individual council budget, commission budget.
Yes. Any other questions or concerns? Any
Chairman
comments?
Hassan?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a good conversation, and I appreciate what the administrators just said. I am aware as an executive committee member on GMA's board that we are targeting the annual meeting end of August, September timeframe, and that would be in person. That's what we're looking at now. More details will be forthcoming as we nail those things down, but the goal is to have an in-person annual meeting. We're targeting that. We also find ourselves in a situation where there's conversations about TechNet in Augusta in August. So I think the administrator's spot on, and it's certainly consistent with what I'm hearing nationally as well, that it won't be until the June, July timeframe that some of your larger and more national meetings are opening back up and taking place. And I encourage each of you to think globally about how you engage. It's certainly important for us to engage ACCG, GMA, but we are an international city whose national star continues to rise. And that warrants those of you who are here and elected members of this body to participate, not just in attendance, but each of you should be looking for opportunities to engage from the standpoint of whether it's being a panelist, whether it's being a speaker, to further elevate Augusta's profile in the national conversation. Notwithstanding, even here from a district-wide perspective, I believe the commissioner from the 1st is one of our newest members on the committee for District 7. And so, as Administrator Donalds indicated, being an elected official is important that we represent our constituencies at the local level. But when called upon, you need to be able to jump in the jet and go to Washington if necessary, because we've got big ticket items like New Savannah Bluff locks and dams and a host of whatever else that we may need to be engaging on, and you can't do that sitting at home.
Mr. Mayor, let me
support this.
Okay, let me follow up, Mr. Mayor, with something that you might have said there, and I apologize if I might have misunderstood you. Did I understand you to say that probably around June, July, or something, a tech net or something that we may be hosting that?
No, we are going to. We're looking forward to hosting. That's the annual TechNet conference where we've got over 4,000 plus people coming to the city around TechNet. That's the conference with the military, the Cyber Center, Fort Gordon. People from across the globe show up in our city. It happens every August. And so they're looking forward to coming back to the city. As you know, they were not here last year, and they're looking forward to coming back to Augusta in 2021.
All the things that you said, Mr. Mayor, we talked about a commission budget, but is there a budget, or is there something in mind that we need to know around some numbers and per your conversation?
No.
Okay.
No, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
That's just information.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Any more questions or concerns? Any more information? Commissioner Franklin, you satisfied?
Yeah, I'm good. I wanted us to have the conversation, understand where we are and where we're going, and I think we got it. So thank
Well, you got $1,600 in your pocket. You satisfied? Motion. Give us a motion.
Motion to receive his information.
Without objection, sir?
Say what, Ms. Bonner?
Without objection, sir?
Without objections.
Okay. Okay. Where are we headed?
Number 12.
12. Item 12, request approval of the comprehensive fleet management operations, maintenance, and replacement policy.
Mr. Dowse, I think Commissioner Sias had a question or two. Commissioner Sias?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm a little slow, so I have a couple of questions to try to help me out. The administrator sent out an email after one of our last meetings referenced this item, and it was the side-by-side comparison. And for an example, it says public safety vehicles qualify for replacement at 4 years and 90,000 under the current policy. Under the recommendations, that would be, you will remove the age qualifying, increase the mileage marker to 125,000 miles among other factors. Now, here's where I got a little confused and I could use some help. When I read through the agenda item with the current policy that was there, and it was called part of the 1998 replacement policy. And then there was a section in where it said the 2021, there were only a reference to a matrix, but that did not have the mileage in it. And actually, the 1998 replacement thing said 110,000, and the policy that we was under said 90. So I'm a little confused.
Yeah, they didn't jive at all. And so you had two different policies, and you can let Ms. Dowse back in to help discuss this one. But yeah, I think that was the narrative that I sent you in the initial documents before we were in committee, which kind of explained all of those nuances. I think we identified about 32 different discrepancies between the two documents that did not speak to each other. And so the consolidated new policy is needed, one, because the commission wanted to increase those thresholds. And so the administrator's recommendation is 125 for public safety vehicles, just bringing them up slightly, but really it impacts non-public safety vehicles where we would go to that, I believe, 175. And so those discrepancies between the two, I didn't include those because we had previously discussed them, or at least given you guys that in written format, but it was way too many to lay out that way. And so you've got a consolidated document, and then you ask for that kind of comparison or red line between the original document and what we're cleaning up and eliminating, and that's what I included.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, may I just follow up just a little bit? But here's what my concern is, Mr. Donald.
Yes, sir.
When I look at this agenda item, it says fleet management operation and replacement policy, and it has a little heading on it that says 2021.
Yeah.
Now that's a relatively light number of pages in that document, but I just don't see the mileage numbers in there, particularly for those. So are you saying where are the mileage numbers going to be compiled to fit into this new policy? Are you saying you don't intend to include the mileage number?
So the mileage numbers, are you meaning the 125 and the 175 for
Yes,
those
sir.
two categories?
Mhm.
They're
Yes.
included, Ms. Downs. Can you help them point to where they're at? I don't have my document in front of me.
Yes, sir. They're on page 6 under section 3.02.
Okay.
And they're only listed in that one place, right? We streamlined that to,
Yes, sir.
okay, yeah. And I apologize, Commissioner, I wasn't looking at the document, but yeah, it's in there. And it just defines those two. We put them in the large categories, and it defines the difference between the two of them.
And okay, I will leave it at that. I still got a question too, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. And I'll make sure to follow up after the meeting if you have additional questions.
And that will be in the category. It seems as if in that 3.02 that was a flexible deal. And so anyway, you can let me know something later.
Yes, sir.
Are
Thank you,
there any
Chairman.
additional questions? Is there a timeline, Mr. Minister? Y'all gonna be able to answer that? I just want to go ahead and get this approved, this a vote. So I get a
I don't
motion
want to hold
to
it.
approve
I don't
on
want to
the
hold it up, Chairman.
Okay, all right then. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Ms. Bonner?
That was Bobby Williams, Ms. Bonner.
I still remember you that. Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Franham,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
That's it for administrative service, Ms. Bonner.
Yes, sir. Good meeting, sir.
You can't get none of my $1,600, Ms. Bonner. Don't even try.
You don't go anywhere anyway, so.
I'm just glad to hear it's there.
Bonner, are we ready for engineering?
Yes, sir, we are.
All righty. Are there any additions or deletions?
No, sir, not for engineering.
Okay. Well, committee, before we get started, I have a few that I'd like to place on consent if there are no objections. I'd like to place number 2, 4, 5, and 6 on consent. And Ms. Bonner, the information that Dr. Malik sent out for 7 and 8, did everybody on the committee get that?
I did send it out. They should.
Okay.
They should have it. If not, we can resend it.
I got it.
All right. And I want to place 7 and 8 on consent with that as an addendum showing where the funding is going to come from for the repairs that need to take place.
Okay, all right. With the,
Commissioner Size, you got a question?
okay, with the funding source identified, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. You're muted, Commissioner.
My apologies. One clarification on item 8.
You want to just pull it and discuss it individually?
No, I just need that one clarification.
Okay.
From Dr. Malik, where he said construction. I just want to ensure that construction includes the light itself.
I don't, is Dr. Malik on, Mr. Donald?
He's coming in now.
Okay.
Yeah.
My apologies. One one clarification on item 8.
That is you too, Bon.
Yeah, cut it off.
It's like there's an echo.
Oh, I just need that one clarification. From Dr. Malik, where he said construction. I just want to ensure that construction includes the.
You gotta say that many times, we just gonna change our mind and take it off the agenda.
You ain't on that committee, so chill out.
Keep saying the same thing that's over and over.
Dr. Malik, I think you heard the question. Is that something that you could help clarify for Commissioner Sias?
Yes, sir. That's on the traffic part or the stormwater?
The traffic.
Yeah, for the first one, Tobacco Road.
We just need a question for number 8.
Let me say it again, if you don't mind, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Malik, and you had your information was no question on that. I just simply want to understand that when we talk about Talbot and Tobacco Road, when you say construction, you want to do the design and everything, but when you say this construction, do that include the light itself as well as the retention point and all the other stuff? I just want to make sure the light is in the construction.
Yes, sir. The part A of that is the complete design and construction plan. So that is the design, including light.
Okay.
Light design. When the actual construction will start next, following year. Actually, there's a typing error. It should be 2021 and 2022.
Okay. Well, those are the consent items. So if I can get a motion regarding that.
Motion to approve. Consent agenda.
Second.
Voting, Ms. Bonner?
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
The consent agenda approved unanimously.
Thank you. And we'll go top to bottom on the rest.
Okay. Item number 1, motion to approve transfer of ownership from Advanced Disposal Services Augusta LLC to Waste Management, Inc., and to authorize the mayor to execute a consent to change in control.
Do we have anyone from the landfill that can speak towards this transfer?
Yes, Director Mihal is in the waiting room, but this is the ownership has already changed hands. Actually, Augusta has already approved something like this within the past 2 years. So this is fairly routine, but if there are some additional questions and concerns, if you allow Director Mihal to come in, we can entertain those. He's
Yes,
actually in and unmuted, so.
I have one question for Mark Mihal.
Yes.
In regards to this transfer of ownership, it's my understanding that Advanced had a different rate structure than Waste Management. Is that correct?
They, on their commercial end as of Waste Management, Advanced, they are still following the rate structure that is embedded in the residential collection contract. That is my understanding.
Okay. And so with this transfer of ownership, I know that prior to the director before you leaving, there was a rate structure that was put in place for Waste Management. Are they going to inherit that, or are they going to maintain the advanced disposal rate?
They will follow, they will inherit that for their commercial trash that they bring to the Deansbridge Road landfill. They are still committed to the rate that's specified in the contract.
Okay.
So it does not supersede that.
All right. Are there any other questions in regard to this?
Just Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, you don't mind, I have a question for yourself, just for clarity.
Yes, sir.
Are we talking about weights? These are weight station questions you're asking at the weight station?
Well, no, this is in regards to the price per ton that was implemented. Yes. So yes, yes, sir, Commissioner.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
I have one question.
Yes, sir, Mayor Pro Tem.
Is this going to change services anyway, or?
No. They will maintain the same. We went through this process before I got here, I believe in 2018, when Inland Waste Systems was acquired by Orion, and we're following the same procedures that we did at that time.
All right, very good. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Voting.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mihal.
Go back
Thank
to
you,
that,
sir.
they can, it doesn't do anything.
We're at item number 3, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Consider award of bid to Blair Construction to complete the Fort Gordon Cyber Campus Facility Project.
All right. Is there anybody who can speak towards this just for some further clarification?
Would be,
Utilities.
this would be engineering.
Wes.
That would be West Bind probably.
Yeah. This would be Mr.
Hey,
Bond.
Director.
We gotta let
Hey,
Mr.
there he
Bond
is.
in. If
How are
Mr.
y'all?
You'll need to let Mr. West Bond in.
He's here. He's here.
Oh, he's on
He's
that.
in.
Okay.
Mr. Bond, we have a question on number 3. Basically, need just some further clarification around, I see where this is under this task order program. Can you just describe this project a little bit before we move forward with it?
It is the cyber campus on the fort. It's obviously in phases being constructed depending on when the funding is available and what modifications have been made. This particular project is about 1,600 feet of water and about 400 feet of sewer to form the connection for, I believe this one's MCA2, Utilities Project D2. And it was a competitive task order bid project on the base.
Okay. Anybody have any other questions in regard to this? Entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, Ms. Bonner, can we vote?
Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, ma'am.
and Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
That
Thank
motion
you.
carries unanimously.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you all.
And if I am not mistaken, that wraps up engineering for the day.
It's a wrap.
Thank you, committee.
Ms. Bonner, finance will be ready when you are.
I am, sir.
Okay, are there any additions or deletions for finance?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. And before we get started, I'm gonna give myself a moment of what they call that personal privilege. I want to thank Lieutenant Lewis and our RCCI director and the crew. They did a great cleanup job for me in 2 sections of the Barton Village, starting on Friday and yesterday. And that cleanup required excavation equipment, bobcats and trucks. So I want to thank them for that and publicly acknowledge the great job they did out there, to include in the use of some prisoners. So I just want to thank them publicly for that. Thank you. All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, item number 2, is there a possibility for us to address that? Judge James has been in the chamber since administrative services.
Yes, ma'am. We can absolutely. We'll start with item 2.
Okay. Item 2 is to consider a request from the probate judge, Harry James, regarding a new staff position in the probate court.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Unless the judge really want to speak, we can move forward.
Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman.
We have a question from Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
You're muted, sir. Mayor Pro Tem, you're muted.
I appreciate you, sir. My only question is, do we want to consider part-time positions as opposed to full-time positions? And, that'll be a question you have to answer. We do part-time positions. You can get people right away, but, without all the fanfare. That's just a question.
The judge would prefer a full-time position.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
could you identify a funding source for this new position? Mr. Donald?
The
You may have
judge should be
spoken.
able, the judge folks should be able to identify their funding. So if it's already within their budget, if not, then we need the administrator to.
Yes, sir. That's why I was getting to Mr. Donald.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the PPPM. I'm not sure that the commission actually has to approve this. We can do this administratively and resolve it fairly quickly, because I know otherwise it's got to go before the commission. But if you look at page 73 of the PPPM, it allows the administrator to be able to create that position and fund it for them.
If they're on based on what the administrator said before I asked the committee, are there any other questions or comments from anyone present? Well, then I'd like to entertain a motion to send this to the administrator to take action.
Mr. Minister, you said what page is that?
Page 73, well, page 72 and 73, and it talks about these complete set of written specifications for the job classification, which already exists, and to propose a new position. He would simply provide the request either directly to my office or to Human Resources, and then the administrator can approve or designate related to the reclassification, addition, deletion, and reallocation.
So, Mr. Chairman, can I do a follow-up?
Yeah.
So is the real, I'm gonna ask, so this is an open question, whoever can answer. So is the real question for us, because just like the administrator can approve it based on what he just read, he also can deny it as well. So is it here for us to say, we would like the probate judge to have this position? Is that the reason for us, or for another reason?
Well, I
Go
think
ahead, administrator.
I can actually answer that. The reason it came before you, there was a letter that was provided to, I guess, myself and the clerk and the commission at the same time. I actually didn't receive it until the clerk shared it with me, and it was already going on to the commission schedule. And so we had not had an opportunity to research the PPPM at that time, and definitely didn't want to deny it. I think we're fully in support of it, and we have an existing classification and funding example within other parts of the county. So it is not an issue. But again, at that time, I think he had requested it, or at least the date of the letter was about a month before, and I hadn't seen it yet. So we just didn't want to slow down the process. And so put it on the agenda, and now that we've researched it, we'll rectify it for him pretty quickly.
All right. Commissioner Song, you satisfied?
Fine, yes.
But I just want to say, if there's a question about this, it can be put on an agenda for further discussion later on if we need further additional clarification. But now I'll request a motion to send this to the administrator to take action.
Yeah.
So move.
Who was that, Miss McKnight?
Scott.
Scott, okay, I'm sorry.
We have a second?
Second.
That's Miss McKnight. Okay.
Wait a minute, who made the motion?
Miss Scott and seconded by Miss McKnight.
I'll tell the administrator, tell him to hold up until we can.
All right.
Wait a minute, hold on. Mr. Attorney, you got a question?
I do have some concerns. I wasn't aware that was a position the administrator was going to take. And legal, I'm talking with another attorney in my office as well. Legal would like to have an opportunity to review. I would ask that the matter would proceed to the commission. And
Not a
if
recommendation.
and so by the time we get to the commission, the administrator's office and our office could resolve come to some kind of conclusion, and action could be taken within a week.
Well, then can I get the maker of the motion to withdraw it and change that to send to the full commission without a recommendation?
One of my concerns, Mr. Chairman, is that this is not an Augusta, Georgia employee.
Okay, that's fine. That's what I'm saying. We'll send it without a recommendation, and whatever concerns, issues you raise, we can square it up at the full commission meeting. Is that okay with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do we have a motion to?
Ms. Scott and Ms. McKnight, is that okay?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Mhm.
okay. Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously.
Can I get a motion to approve item 1?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries unanimously. Item number 3, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Discuss the purpose and process of our annual budget, requested by Commissioner Sias. Chairman Sias.
Thank you, ma'am. To the committee members and to the commission itself, I put this item on the agenda because in my tenure as a commissioner and many reviews and attention paid to the operation of the government, I'm yet, and I could be wrong, but I'm yet to see where our annual budget as a commission reflected a long-range plan and a vision of what we wanted to accomplish in Augusta. And after I put this item on the agenda, matter of fact, I had a discussion with the administrator, I believe either email or whatever. And I think the administrator was very aware of the point I was trying to make with that. And he has made some proposals in conjunction with this. And I would like to hear from the administrator now, and we could have any questions or so forth after that. Administrator, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. So I think Commissioner Cyrus and I had a conversation about the importance of hearing from the commission in advance of creating a budget. And I'll tell you, I'm lockstep with them on that. I have never been anywhere, and I'm sure it's the same in Augusta, where should be, where the commission kind of creates their priorities for your budget, which is your living, breathing document on how you plan to administer services to your residents. And so I can tell you what my process is, which I'm proposing to bring to Augusta Richmond County. And the first piece is to facilitate a budget retreat wherein the commission together identifies, usually it's 3 to 5 major priorities that they would like to see throughout the budget. We usually, or I have in the past, utilized GMA or ACCG, whichever is applicable, and they would facilitate this budget retreat. You would have those priorities, and then you would start your budget calendar. I think in addition to that, one thing that's always left out is the public. And so we actually hold public town halls in which we do it kind of like a game, but basically we allow people to go through the same process of building a budget that we do. And then we take that data and we also bring that back into consider the building of the budget. And so that way you are hearing from not only the citizens, but those elected representatives that you put in place to determine, what the budget should look like and what those priorities are, so that when the administrator's budget is transmitted to the commission, they are looking at projects or specific ideas that they may want to fund more or less. But in general, the vision of the commission and the public is all over the budget.
And I completely 100% agree with that. And why I think that is so important at this point is that we have Splash 7. We still have a few remaining dollars for Splash 7. We have Splash 8, which has been approved. We still have some remaining funds from the first tier, and the second tier has also been approved. So, and we have other programs that are that we're funding, such as the sanitary sewer, and we have an award-winning, I'm gonna say that, utilities program that has been part of our bond rating, and we have excellent bond rating. So the point I think is important here, or believe is important, is that we need to have all those resources working together, not having our department directors all scrambling for their piece of the budget, but it should be a unified effect to achieve all those things, utilizing our resources as far as a general fund budget, plus all those other resources as well. Because we all understand you can build with Splash, but you can't maintain and operate with Splash. So when we talk about that, if we gonna be planning some Splash projects, then we need to be planning on the other side in the general fund budget, that how we going to maintain and operate those. And for me, that's sort of been missing. We get to it when we get to it. So is there any other comments from anyone else? And Mr. Administrator, if I'm barking up the wrong tree, please advise.
No, listen, I think that's exactly the right way to do it. I had a conversation with finance today, and they understand that there are some restrictions to the budget because there's special purpose, local option sales tax, and just special purposes throughout the budget. But hearing from the commission in a formalized way in advance of executing the calendar is the appropriate thing to do.
Commissioner Son.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the administrator a question, if you don't mind, based on what he said.
Go ahead.
Mr. Administrator, based on what you said about a retreat, where are we on that, and what is your timeline for getting that done?
So the first thing is I'm meeting with GMA. I've used a former CFO from one of the metro counties is a member of their team, and that's who I've utilized the last 3 budget retreats that we've coordinated. And so I've got a meeting with them on whatever day the 14th is to figure out when they can do it and, you know, schedule those things. But I would be targeting late May or mid-May for the time frame as of right now. But I have not had a chance to meet with them just yet, and I have not been able to socialize any dates with the full commission. So I wouldn't want to commit to anything without, 1, understanding when they're available, and then 2, hearing from the full commission about their availability and time frame.
Okay. How does this play in? And I think that the mayor may mention to us today, so I want to burden you with all of that, but I do want to ask the question, so maybe you can get some insight about when we're talking about the $1.9 trillion or what have you, that the Biden administration has passed. Are there any regulations coming down anytime soon that you know of, so that we can think about some of those things that we build our budget moving forward as well?
Yes. Yeah, so we've actually been kind of sharing information on finance, and I, as well as speaking, the mayor's office got some information. I've been on all of these calls as well. So the deadline to receive or for the federal government to distribute the first tranche of funding is May 10th. The rules, unfortunately, are unlikely to come before that time. And so they should likely come a couple of weeks following that time. But they are, I believe, the conversation the mayor had today, and I'll actually be on a national call this evening at around 6:30, where they are allowing certain groups and leaders to give insight so that they can complete the rules and regulations. So my plan or request, you kind of put me on the spot because I haven't sent it to the commission yet, but early in May, that first week in May at the latest, I am going to propose a work session or add it to a commission meeting, whatever the commission desires. I have not sent the full commission a note on that yet, so it's premature, but I would like to have a American Rescue Plan work session so that I'm not sending you, I've sent you guys an email about it every week. It seems like with a ton of information that requires you to read it, get with different people, and probably get with a lawyer to interpret it. I'd like to do a very simple American Rescue Plan workshop to give you all of the information that we know, as well as how I would propose for us to receive projects from the public, as well as identify projects that there is a need and issue for, as well as I believe that looking at what some of our friends are doing in the Northeast and out West, allowing there to be a certain line item for the commission to approve projects that may be considered priority as well. And so I would like to do a American Rescue Plan work session on that would consolidate all of that information. So again, a notice or request to do so will be going to the commission at some point this week. But I think we're a little premature because we don't have the money or the rules yet.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
To the committee and to my colleagues, this is a very important issue. So here's what I like to propose, and hopefully I can receive as a motion, and we can also ratify that the full commission coming up. That we go ahead, that we authorize the administrator to proceed with organizing a budget and a COVID CARES fund. No, I'm sorry, a CARES fund, whatever they call it. American Rescue Plan, a budget shop for, authorize the administrator, authorize a budget workshop and a American Rescue Plan workshop for the commission. And it will be at his notification to us. And we'll get this done.
Motion to move.
Motion to move it forward. Go ahead.
Do we have a motion?
Yes.
We have a motion from Commissioner McKnight. Did we get a second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Scott. Ms. Bonner, you got that kind of trapped up motion? You're muted. Ms. Bonner, you're muted.
Oh, I was trying to wait till the Commerce rail line get by.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you get that
better
motion?
known as the train. Yes, sir. To authorize the administrator to schedule a budget work session along with a American
Rescue Plan.
Rescue Plan work session. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. All right.
Okay.
Are there any other questions on this or comments? Can we vote, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir. Ms. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams. He's out. Okay. Ms. McKnight,
Yes.
Ms. Scott.
Yes.
Okay, that motion carries with Mr. Dennis Williams out.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. I believe that concludes finance.
Yes, sir. Good meeting, sir.
Ma'am.
Woo.
Don't be
All
jealous,
right,
Commissioner.
Mr. Clark.
Your bill in the mail.
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. Call public safety to order, please. Ms. Bonner, is there any additions or deletions to the agenda items?
Yes, sir. We have one addition item, and that is to discuss Richmond County Sheriff's Office jail commissary profits to be returned to the Sheriff's Office for jail maintenance and upkeep, requested by Chairman John Clark.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve that?
Accept it without.
So move.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, can we just accept it to the agenda without?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, that's fine.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
can we consent 1 and 2?
I would like to consent 2 and 3, and Mr. Jordan, I believe, would like to speak on this, on number 1.
I do have a question on the one that you added, Commissioner, if you don't mind.
Okay, don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, let's vote on number 2, consent number 2.
All
Uh,
right.
All right, Mr.
I'm sorry.
Item number 1.
Where are we, sir? You breaking up? I didn't hear. Item number 1?
Number 1, please.
Okay. Item number 1, motion to approve assigning the honorary road name of Reverend Clive Hill Way to Chestnut Street.
Okay, Mr. Jordan, Commissioner Jordan, I believe you have something you want to ask about that?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Clark, and to your committee. I want to, I've received some additional information on this item from staff, from the appropriate staff who handles these matters. And I think it'd be appropriate to work with that staff to correct the wording of this proposed honorary road naming for the commission to take up on a vote at our next commission meeting. So I would not recommend voting on this today. What I would recommend is for us to allow me to work with the staff to correct the signage.
Okay, without objection, pull from the agenda.
Okay, and refer to the commission 20th meeting. I think
yes.
that's, is that what you were asking?
If whatever's appropriate, either the next commission meeting or the next committee meeting, whatever's appropriate.
Either one is, so it's however you want.
We can do it at next month's meeting, at our next commission meeting.
Okay, all right.
All right, so moved.
Without objection.
Without objection. Thank you.
Okay, can I, item number 2,
So
Motion
moved.
to approve.
Second.
vote?
Mr. Bobby Williams. Okay, Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Dennis Williams. Out. Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett.
Yes, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Dennis Williams out. Okay, the addendum item, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, discuss Richmond County Sheriff's Office Jail Commissary profits to be returned to the Sheriff's Office for jail maintenance and upkeep.
Okay, and I think, is there any questions about this?
Yes, I have some questions, Commissioner.
All right, proceed, please, sir.
Yes, I was looking how you put on the floor. My assumption was that the sheriff's office was the commissary. Is there a company coming in and putting products in and you get a percentage off the sale? How's that going? Do you know? I mean,
Okay, the way it was explained to me, Commissioner Hassan, is that there's 2 things that goes on there, and it's commissary and also the telephone. The Sheriff's Department receives 25% of the profits from the telephones. But at this particular time, the profits from the commissary sales is returned to general funds. And what they would like to do is retain the profits of the commissary sales and reinvest it into the maintenance and upkeep of the jail facilities. So that's what they're asking, is for the profits to be retained by the Sheriff's Department.
well, you have the Sheriff Roundtree there too, if you wanted to make any additional comments to that before I leave.
Is the sheriff here, Miss Bonner?
Yes, sir, he's on. Yes, sir,
Pardon
he's on. Yes, sir,
Okay.
he's on.
Can we call him for a comment, please?
Sheriff Roundtree.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you,
Okay, he's on.
thank you,
Okay,
Commissioner.
Sheriff.
Thank you, Mr. Clark, for bringing this item. This actually involves 2 items, which is the telephone account and the commissary account for the jail. As you know, in the last splash packet, we had included a proposal if we can do some jail maintenance to our facility, because some of the facilities are almost 25-year-old as far as the plumbing, bedding, some rust, shower equipment. That facility, again, is maintained 24 hours a day, so it's a lot of wear and tear on it. Unfortunately, that was not included in the spa. So what we were maintaining to do is the fact that the commissary, which is the account that the inmates use to purchase snacks and various items, 100% of the money is returned back to the general fund. None of it is used for the maintenance in the jail. Also, the telephone account, only 25% is retained by the sheriff's office for jail maintenance. What we're trying to do is those accounts which are generated by the inmates, used specifically for the inmates, that money be allocated back to the sheriff's office, specifically designed for jail maintenance and upkeep, not for personnel, not for positions, not for anything, but strictly for jail maintenance and upkeep. And again, it'll be funded strictly from the revenue generated by the inmates within that facility.
Mr. Clark, have a follow-up for the sheriff.
Okay, Commissioner Hassan, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Sheriff, how you doing, sir?
How you doing, Commissioner?
Yes, sir. So when you say 100%, are you saying the profit? Do you make any purchases? Or you have a contract, a vendor come in and you get proceeds from that? How does that work?
That's correct. We have a telephone vendor and a commissary vendor, two separate vendors. They come in, they get a percentage, and the percentage is given back to the sheriff's office. And like I said, the commissary account, that money is put into the general fund, and 25% of that, of the profit from the telephone account, is given back for an account that's designed sheriff capital outlay phone account. So those are the profits from the vendors that we receive back from the inmates after they've taken their percentage.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I have a question on this.
Okay, Commissioner Garrett, go ahead.
Sheriff, I appreciate you joining us today, and appreciate all the work you're doing, especially with your new YouTube channel. That's it's been great, a great look into what it's like out there for some of our deputies, and I think it's a great community outreach. But one quick question on this. Do you know how much this is and how much it'll take out of the general fund?
Yes, the commissary account, of course, is going to vary each month based on how much inmates go. I can give you for 2020, the commissary account generated right at $494,000. I can't give you the exact percentage of the phone of that, but generally, the phone account generates approximately, if I look at the average, approximately $30,000 a month.
Wow, didn't realize there was that many phone calls that took place.
Well, I'll be honest with it, is because it's in the jail, the vendor, and this is something that come up throughout the nation. They don't get a real good on phone count.
Okay.
Their phone rate is not real cheap.
All right, thanks, Sheriff. Chairman, I think that's the only question I had. I think that the administrator has his hand up.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
I tell you what, go to the administrator.
Mr. Administrator.
Yes, I just wanted to, I don't know if this is a good, bad idea or anything like that. I think we definitely want to make sure we support the sheriff's office, but I don't know if we've had a chance for our finance folks to look at that impact. You would essentially be taking about $380,000 out of the general fund. And with some of the other decisions that have been made, there may be another option. And so I'm not sure if we've heard directly from our finance director, but it would be good to look at before making a decision. Or you might move it forward without a recommendation, which would give us time to get with the sheriff's office and make sure we can absorb that type of loss or be able to reallocate funding in another way.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Administrator. Can I get a motion to move it this forward for further study. Mr. Administrator, when would you suggest in the next commission meeting?
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that. It's really at the, we'll make ourselves available to the sheriff or his designee to make sure we get that resolved as quickly as possible to make sure we identify, to make sure he gets whatever resources he needs.
Chairman, I got a question.
Commissioner Garrett?
Sheriff, would you be okay with us holding until next week to make a decision on this?
Absolutely. And I just want to make a point to Mr. Donald's point that I know what he's saying about the impact of the general fund, but these are repairs that have to be made regardless. So the money is going to have to come out. All we're doing is trying to say that we have a steady funding source created by the inmates directly for the improvement of the facility. But regardless, the maintenance costs that I'm talking about are going to have to be addressed. They're going to have to be fixed. The plumbing, the pipes, they're going to have to come out the fund regardless. We're just trying to give them up a way where it's not taxpayers is not funding, it's funded strictly by the inmates who utilize the facility.
Motion to move to next commission meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
All right, Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Brandon Garrett.
I think Commissioner Hassan had a question, but I'm voting yes.
Okay. He's muted. You're muted, sir. Okay. Okay, this motion carries. Moving forward with no recommendation. It approved unanimously.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Thank
know.
you.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask the sheriff a question? I know it's over. You committed over it. Can I ask him a question? I respect.
Yes,
you
go ahead. I haven't
Sorry,
adjourned
Bill,
yet.
so
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know I couldn't interrupt, but Commissioner Sines told me last week once they start counting the votes, I'm out of order at that point. So I learned that from last week. I'm a quick learner. Sure. So you're saying for maintenance and things that need the facility, Ms. Dowse, under normal circumstances, doesn't come and try to measure and see what some of your needs are? Your facility doesn't come up under that?
Certain portions of it, but some of the improvements, that's why we put it into the SPLOST. These are major projects that won't be covered by just normal maintenance where we have to do some major projects when it comes to the plumbing of some of these removing of the pipes. So again, it's not, we do have some money for maintenance, but we have some very big projects that have to be completed within that facility. And that's why, because of the cost of the amount of cost, that's why, like I said, we included in the SPLOST, because it's a huge project. I mean, at least one project will be at least $400,000 in itself when you're talking about plumbing. And of course, we have to do it in stages because we have to find a place to displace the inmates at the same time. So she does provide some support as far as, you know, if we need a repair on a window or door or something like that. But we're talking about major upkeep projects of a 25-year-old facility.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you,
all.
Sheriff. Thanks, Sheriff. With
Thank
no
you all.
other business, public safety is adjourned.
Good meeting, Chairman. We're done.
Bonner, you're gonna be rich at the end of the, you're gonna be rich by the end of the day.
Ms. Bonner, you giving me I don't know.
Sir?
Nothing. I noticed you told everybody else they did a good job.
Well, you did, and you know, and I thought about that, and I knew you'd be
You gotta give me a
sensitive.
complex out here. I mean,
I
come
know
on.
it, and I was going to correct it, but Commissioner Sun, as always, he dipped in. Too late. You did a
He's a
great job,
dipper.
Chairman Garrett.